Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered secrets that night, their murmurs carried on a wind that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. As the moonlight spilled through stained glass windows, casting prismatic shadows across sleeping chambers, 47 students across 4 houses bolted upright in their beds simultaneously, their screams echoing through the hallowed halls. They had all dreamed of the same labyrinth, dark and endless, with walls that shifted like living things and corridors that led to chambers filled with memories that were not their own. 3 days later, Elara Nightshade stood before the wrought iron gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, her long black coat billowing around her like raven's wings. 23 years had passed since she'd last gazed upon these spires, and the castle seemed to regard her with the same wariness she felt looking upon it. The wind carried the scent of ancient magic and impending storm. So the prodigal daughter returns, she whispered to herself, twirling her ebony wand between gloved fingers. The specialized aura badge pinned to her lapel caught the light, the silver emblem of the Department of Oniric Mysteries, obscure even within the Ministry of Magic. The gates creaked open seemingly of their own accord, though Elara knew better. Everything at Hogwarts happened with purpose, with intention. Someone or something was waiting for her. Headmistress McGonagall had aged, yet her eyes remained as sharp as ever, boring into Elara from behind her desk. "Miss Nightshade, I must admit I was uncertain whether you would accept my summons." Elara's mouth twisted into a half-smile. "Curiosity, Headmistress. When 47 students experience identical nightmares about a labyrinth beneath Hogwarts, even I must put aside old grievances." McGonagall nodded gravely. "Then you understand the severity of our situation. 4 students have already disappeared. The castle is changing. Corridors that have remained steadfast for centuries now shift and rearrange. And the dreams grow stronger each night. Dreams are rarely just dreams, Headmistress. Especially at Hogwarts." Elara gazed out the window at the grounds below. "I'll need access to the dungeons. Professor Wolfsbane will accompany you." McGonagall's voice betrayed nothing, but Elara stiffened involuntarily. "Thorn Wolfsbane? The beast hunter?" she asked, unable to mask her surprise. "He prefers former beast hunter. Professor Wolfsbane has been our herbology master for 7 years now. He knows the lower levels of Hogwarts better than anyone." As if summoned by his name, the office door swung open to reveal a tall figure whose very presence seemed to darken the room. Thorn Wolfsbane stood like an ancient oak, weathered but unbending, his face a map of scars that told stories of creatures better left unnamed. His dark green robes bore traces of soil and strange pollens, and at his belt hung not only a wand, but also a silver sickle that gleamed with ancient runes. His eyes, amber and sharp as a wolf's, fixed on Elara with a strange intensity that made her instinctively grip her wand tighter. "Aura Nightshade," he said, his voice low and rough, like stones grinding together. "I've read your monograph on dream manifestations." "Impressive work, Professor," she nodded curtly. "I wasn't aware that herbology masters took an interest in oniric theory. Plants dream too, and some feed on the dreams of others. A ghost of a smile passed across his face. Shall we? The dungeons of Hogwarts had always been a place of shadows and secrets, but what Elara and Thorn found beneath the familiar potions classrooms defied all logic. Where solid stone had stood for a millennium, a vast archway now yawned, its edges inscribed with runes so ancient that Elara, versed in a dozen magical languages, recognized only fragments. It was discovered 3 nights ago, Thorn explained, his wand illuminating the script. After the first student disappeared, discovered, or manifested, Elara traced the archway's curve with her fingertips, feeling magic from beneath the stone. Old magic, wild and unfamiliar. These aren't just decorative markings. They're binding runes, containment symbols. Containing what, exactly? Thorn asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. Elara met his gaze. Memories. Or rather, knowledge. This is a memory vault, but one designed to keep memories in, not preserve them for retrieval. Beyond the archway stretched a corridor that twisted out of sight, its walls not hewn from castle stone, but something darker. Something that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As they stepped through, the air grew heavy with magic, and whispers countless, overlapping whispers filled their minds. You hear them too? Thorn asked, his voice suddenly tight. Elara nodded. The labyrinth is conscious, or at least composed of consciousness. They proceeded deeper, their path illuminated by floating orbs Elara conjured. The corridors shifted subtly as they walked, not enough to disorient them completely, but enough to raise the hairs on the back of Elara's neck. This was old magic, not the refined spellcraft taught within Hogwarts classrooms, but something primal, something that predated wands and incantations. The first chamber they discovered was circular, its walls lined with mirrors that reflected not their images but scenes from Hogwarts' past students in outdated robes, professors long dead, battles fought within these very walls. Memory imprints, Elara murmured, transfixed by the images. But whose? Not whose, Thorn corrected, his voice hushed with realization. This isn't a single person's memory vault. It's collective. Look, he pointed to a small crest etched into the floor, a circle containing 7 stars arranged around a central eye. The circle of 7 sentinels, he explained, mentioned only in the most obscure historical accounts of Hogwarts' founding. Wizards and witches who voluntarily surrendered their most dangerous memories to protect the school's greatest secrets. You're remarkably well informed for a herbology professor, Elara observed, her suspicion rising. Thorn's expression remained unreadable. Not all dangerous knowledge concerns spells or potions, or nightshade. Some of the deadliest secrets in magical history involve plants, flora capable of unraveling the fabric of reality itself. Their exploration continued through chambers of increasing strangeness, rooms where gravity reversed, corridors where time flowed backward, halls where their emotions manifested as colored mist around them. And with each step deeper, more whispers filled their minds, more urgent, more desperate. In the 5th hour of their journey, they found the first student, a Ravenclaw, 6th year, named Lydia Moonsong, sitting cross-legged in a chamber whose walls displayed constantly shifting runic equations. Her eyes were open, but unseeing, her lips moving silently as if in conversation with someone invisible. Lydia? Elara crouched beside the girl, careful not to touch her. Can you hear me? The student turned slowly, her eyes focusing with visible effort. The labyrinth is choosing, she whispered, her voice dreamlike. The old guardians are nearly gone. It needs new vessels for the memories, vessels. Elara exchanged a glance with Thorn. whose face had gone pale beneath his scars. Knowledge that cannot be destroyed, cannot be released, must be contained, Lydia continued mechanically. In minds willing to sacrifice remembrance of self, we need to get her out of here, Elara decided, reaching for the girl's arm. Waitthorn began, but too late. The moment Elara's fingers touched Lydia's skin, the chamber around them dissolved, plunging them into darkness. When light returned, they stood in a vast circular room, unlike any they had yet encountered. The walls here were transparent, revealing not stone, but swirling, silvery memories, thousands upon thousands of them, contained like a living sea behind glass. And at the center of the room stood 7 stone chairs arranged in a circle, 4 occupied by figures so ancient they seemed more statue than human, their eyes open, but filmed over with cataracts, their skin like parchment stretched over bone. The remaining sentinels of the circle of 7. They're still alive, Elara breathed, horrified and fascinated. After all these centuries, not alive, one of the figures spoke, its voice like dust and time. Not dead. We are the keepers, the forgotten ones. We are memory without identity, knowledge without ownership. You're dying, Thorn said, stepping forward. That's why the labyrinth is manifesting. That's why it's calling to the students. The circle must be maintained, another sentinel intoned. The 7 must always be 7. What we contain cannot be released into the world, Elara's mind raced. The students you're selecting replacements, those with minds capable of containment, the first sentinel confirmed. Those with the strength to surrender self for greater purpose. Thorn turned to Elara, his ember eyes filled with a terrible resolve. This is why you were expelled, Elara. Not for the reasons you were told. What are you talking about? She demanded, her wand now pointed at his chest. Look at the empty chairs. Count them. 3. And 3 sentinels remain. He gestured to the ancient figures. I was brought to Hogwarts to identify potential replacements. But when I found you and I realized who you were to me, I couldn't. Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. You're one of them. A sentinel, her voice dropped to a whisper. And you're my father. I gave up my memories willingly, but not all of them. Not the memory of your mother. Not the knowledge that I had a daughter. His face softened with an emotion Elara had never expected to see their love, regret, pride. I convinced Dumbledore to expel you, to get you away from Hogwarts, away from the Labyrinth's call, before Elara could respond. A shimmering door materialized in the chamber, and through it stumbled the 3 missing students. Their eyes glazed, but their bodies unharmed. The Labyrinth has decided, the lead sentinel announced. The new circle is chosen. Thorn stepped toward the nearest empty chair, his posture resigned. I have served my time. I am ready to be released. No. Elara moved between him and the chair. There must be another way. There is always another way. A new voice echoed through the chamber, and all eyes turned to Lydia Moonsong, who now stood straighter, her eyes clear and fierce. The old sentinels contained the memories within themselves, because that was the only method they knew. But she gestured to the other students, who now appeared fully awake and aware. We have studied memory magic that didn't exist when this labyrinth was created. Elara looked between the students and her newfound father, a desperate hope kindling within her. A different containment method? Knowledge need not be forgotten to be contained, Lydia explained. It can be. Transformed in the hours that followed, Auror and Professor worked alongside students to devise a new enchantment one that would transfer the burden of the dangerous memories from minds to matter. The ancient sentinels, their purpose nearly complete, surrendered their remaining strength to the effort. When dawn broke above Hogwarts Castle, the labyrinth had transformed. No longer a living maze of shifting corridors, but a vast library deep beneath the school, its contents accessible only to those wearing special enchanted amulets that filter dangerous knowledge into metaphor and allegory. The last 3 sentinels, including Thorn Wolfsbane, were freed from their centuries-long vigil, though the memories they had contained for so long were gone forever from their minds. As Alara and Thorn stood upon the astronomy tower, watching the sunrise paint the forbidden forest in gold, she asked the question that had burned within her since their discovery. What knowledge was so dangerous that it required such sacrifice to contain? Thorn smiled sadly, the lines around his eyes deepening. I don't remember, daughter, and perhaps that is for the best. Some secrets are better left forgotten, so that new memories may take their place. He held out his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Alara took it, feeling for the first time the connection of blood and magic that bound them together, a bond stronger than memory, more enduring than secrets, as ancient and powerful as Hogwarts itself. Story 2. Dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle with an otherworldly glow, staining the ancient stones in hues of amber and gold that seemed to pulse with arcane energy. Professor Seraphina Drake paused in her morning walk along the edge of the forbidden forest, her breath catching in her throat. There, between the astronomy tower and the great hall, where yesterday had stood only open sky, now rose a magnificent spire that stretched toward the heavens, a tower of gleaming obsidian and silver that shimmered like a mirage, yet cast a shadow as solid as any century-old structure of the castle. Students hurried past, their chatter filling the morning air, their eyes never once turning toward the impossible structure. Seraphina clutched the silver pendant at her throat, an ancient family heirloom shaped like a dragon curled around an hourglass, and felt it grow warm against her skin. You see it too, came a voice behind her, deep and resonant with an accent she couldn't quite place. The Chronos Tower. She turned to find herself facing a young man, no, a boy, though something in his storm-gray eyes spoke of ages far beyond his apparent 16 or 17 years. His Hogwarts robes were no house insignia, only a strange emblem embroidered in silver thread, a phoenix with its wings forming a perfect circle. Emrys Pendragon. He introduced himself with a slight bow that seemed to belong to another century. Transfer student. Though I suspect that's not entirely accurate. The tower wasn't there yesterday, Seraphina said, ignoring his cryptic introduction, her scholarly mind struggling to process the impossibility before her. As the youngest professor ever appointed to teach ancient runes at Hogwarts, she prided herself on rational thought. And no one else seems to notice it, precisely why you and I must investigate. Emrys replied, a grim determination hardening his youthful features. The tower appears only to those meant to see it, the sentinels. Before she could question this strange pronouncement, a bell tolled not the familiar chime that signaled the start of classes, but a deep, reverberating sound that seemed to echo through time itself. It came from the mysterious tower, and with each resonant peal, the very air around Hogwarts rippled like disturbed water. The tower's entrance materialized for them as they approached a door of burnished bronze etched with countless tiny runes that shifted and rearranged themselves continuously. It swung open at Seraphina's touch, revealing a spiraling staircase that twisted upward into shadow. Ladies first, Emrys said with a sardonic smile that didn't reach his eyes. Age before beauty, she countered, earning a genuine chuckle from the boy. Fair enough, Professor. They ascended in silence, the stairs seemingly endless, until they emerged into a vast circular chamber that defied the tower's outward dimensions. Dominating the center of the room stood an enormous clockwork mechanism, a masterpiece of magical engineering that dwarfed even the great clock of the astronomy tower. Countless gears of gold, silver, and some strange blue metal meshed and turned in complex patterns, while orbiting around the central mechanism were miniature representations of Hogwarts Castle at different points in its history. The chronometer, Emery's whispered, approaching the machine with reverence. The heart of temporal stability at Hogwarts, Seraphina followed, her expert eye noting the intricate runes carved into each gear, ancient symbols of time, fate, and dimensional boundaries. But something was wrong. Several gears had stopped moving, and a spiderweb of cracks marred the face of the central disk, from which leaked a glowing blue substance like liquid starlight. "It's breaking," she realized aloud. But what does that mean for her question was answered by a thunderous crack as reality itself seemed to splinter. The chamber walls became transparent, revealing Hogwarts below, but not their Hogwarts. The castle shifted and changed before their eyes, sometimes appearing newly built with bright stones and simpler towers, other times showing signs of battles long forgotten, and occasionally revealing a future where parts lay in elegant ruin, overtaken by magical plants that glowed beneath a strange purple moon. "Time is fracturing," Emery's explained urgently, removing his wand, a striking piece of dark wood inlaid with silver, and beginning a complex series of movements around the damaged clockwork. The chronometer maintains the temporal integrity of Hogwarts. Without it, past, present, and future will collide catastrophically. Seraphina joined him, her own wand cedar with a core of phoenix feather drawn. "How do you know all this?" "Who exactly are you?" Emery's Pendragon. A bitter smile twisted his lips. "The name should give you a hint, Professor. Pendragon. And Emery's the name by which the ancient Britons knew Merlin before he took his more famous title. You expect me to believe you're related to Merlin?" She scoffed, though the rational part of her mind was rapidly losing ground to the evidence before her eyes. "Not related," he corrected, his wand work never ceasing. "Descended, in a manner of speaking. As are you, Seraphina Drake. Drake derived from Draco. Dragon, the bloodline of Merlin's greatest rival and ultimate partner." Before she could process this revelation, the chamber shuddered violently. A gear the size of a carriage wheel broke loose from the mechanism and crashed to the floor, shattering into fragments of golden light that dissolved into the air. The effect was immediate and terrifying. A hole in reality tore open along one wall of the chamber, and through it strode four figures that radiated power and presence, two men and two women, clad in medieval garments that nonetheless seemed perfectly suited to them. Seraphina recognized them instantly from countless paintings and statues throughout the castle. The founders of Hogwarts. "The temporal breach has begun," Emery's murmured, his face pale. "The past is bleeding into the present." Godric Gryffindor, larger than life, his red beard and hair flaming in the strange light, stepped forward, drawing a sword that blazed with enchanted fire. "Who dares tamper with Merlin's chronometer?" he demanded, his voice shaking dust from the ceiling. Before either Seraphina or Emery's could respond, another rift opened on the opposite side of the chamber. This one spilled forth darkness like liquid shadow, and from it emerged a tall, serpentine figure with crimson eyes, Lord Voldemort, but not as history recorded him. This was Voldemort in his prime, at the height of his terrible power, flanked by Death Eaters whose masked faces revealed nothing but malevolent purpose. "The future as well," Emery's whispered. "Time is collapsing." Seraphina watched in horror as more rifts tore open around the chamber, each revealing different epochs of Hogwarts history. From one emerged Albus Dumbledore, not as the aged headmaster of legend, but as an auburn-haired young man with piercing blue eyes and a troubled expression. From another came three children she recognized from countless history books: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley, looking confused and defensive. And from the largest rift, directly behind the damaged chronometer, stepped a figure that caused even the founders and Voldemort to fall back in surprise. A man robed in midnight blue, embroidered with stars that moved and twinkled with real light. His beard flowed white to his waist, and his eyes held the wisdom and power of centuries. Merlin himself. My sentinels, he addressed Seraphina and Emrys directly, ignoring the historical figures surrounding them. I had hoped it would not come to this. Come to what? Seraphina demanded, finding her voice at last. What is happening? The chronometer was never meant to last forever, Merlin explained, approaching the damaged clockwork with a sorrowful expression. It was built to contain that which cannot be destroyed, a temporal parasite that feeds on magic itself. He waved his hand, and the central disk of the chronometer became transparent, revealing something writhing within, a creature of pure energy, neither solid nor liquid nor gas, but somehow all and none. It pulsed with hunger, tendrils of its essence already leaking through the cracks in its prison. I built Hogwarts not as a school, Merlin continued, but as a fortress to contain this entity. The concentration of magical learning was necessary to create a field of power that would keep it dormant. The 4 founders were chosen as my allies in this task, though even they did not know the true purpose and the chronometer. Emrys asked, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. A temporal lock, designed to keep the entity trapped in a single moment, never able to fully materialize in any timeline. Merlin's ancient eyes held infinite sadness. But now it fails, and with it, the boundaries between all eras of Hogwarts' existence. How do we stop it? Seraphina asked, her mind racing through possibilities, each more desperate than the last. The Sentinels must make a choice, Merlin replied. One of you must enter the chronometer and replace me at its heart, using your life force to reset the temporal lock. I have been its prisoner and keeper for 1,000 years, but my strength wanes, and the other, Emrys asked quietly, must return to their proper time, ensuring the continuity of the timeline. Merlin's gaze fixed on Emrys. You know which is which, young Pendragon. You have always known. Seraphina looked between them, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. He's not from this time at all, is he? I am from what would be your future, Emrys confirmed, meeting her eyes steadily. A future where you chose to enter the chronometer, leaving no one with the knowledge to continue the line of sentinels. I was sent back to ensure a different choice was made. By whom? She whispered. By you, he answered simply. An echo of you, preserved in the chronometer itself, reaching across time to set things right. Around them, the temporal rifts widened. The historical figures of Hogwarts, past and future, began to fade and blur, some merging grotesquely with others, reality itself buckling under the strain of contradictory timelines. The choice must be made now, Merlin insisted, his form already growing transparent. The entity stirs fully. If it escapes, it will consume all magic from all times, leaving only a hollow void. Seraphina felt the weight of centuries pressing upon her, the responsibility of countless lives across countless timelines. She looked at Emrys, this boy with ancient eyes, and saw in him a reflection of herself, of choices unmade and paths untravealed. There must be another way, she insisted, her scholar's mind rebelling against the binary choice. Emrys smiled then, a genuine smile that transformed his solemn face. There is always another way, Professor Drake. That's why I'm here. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small golden object, a time turner, but unlike any she had seen before. Its hourglass contained not sand, but the same glowing blue substance that leaked from the chronometer. Together, he said simply, holding it out to her. Neither sacrifice nor abandonment. Partnership, as it was always meant to be between the bloodlines of Merlin and his greatest rival, understanding bloomed within her, like dawn breaking over the forbidden forest. She stepped forward, grasping the time turner alongside him, their fingers intertwined around the ancient device. The entity cannot be destroyed, she recited, remembering legends half forgotten, but it can be transformed from parasite to partner. Emery's completed. From destroyer to creator, together they turned toward the failing chronometer, the time turner held between them glowing with increasing brilliance. As one, they spoke words in a language older than Hogwarts itself, a spell of transformation and renewal. The chamber filled with blinding light as the chronometer's central disk shattered completely. The entity surged forth, free at last, but instead of attacking, it flowed into the time turner, drawn by the resonance of its own essence. When the light faded, the temporal rifts had sealed. The historical figures had vanished. The chronometer remained, but transformed no longer a prison, but a conduit, channeling the entity's power to stabilize rather than fracture time. Seraphina and Emery stood before it, the time turner between them now permanently transformed into a brilliant crystal sphere that pulsed with living light. The sentinel stone, Emery's murmured. Neither prison nor weapon, but balance and us. Seraphina asked, suddenly aware of how young she truly was, despite the weight of knowledge she now carried. The first true sentinels of time, he replied, his eyes meeting hers. Not guardians of a prison, but guides for a partnership that will last as long as Hogwarts stands. Outside the tower, students continued their day, unaware of how close multiple realities had come to collapse. The sun shone on ancient stones that had witnessed 1,000 years of magical history and would now witness 1,000 more, under the watchful eyes of the sentinels who had learned that time's greatest secret was not containment, but harmony. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled beneath a sky bruised with storm clouds. Magic old, wild, and untamed surged through the foundations of the castle, as if the very earth sought to expel a foreign object. In the shadowed corridors, portraits whispered urgently to one another, while house elves scurried to the deepest cellars, their large eyes wide with ancestral fear. Orion Blackthorn felt it first, the tremor that wasn't merely physical. It began as a hum in his blood, a resonance that made his mediocre magic suddenly spark at his fingertips. Standing at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching lightning split the twilight, the 17-year-old orphan wondered if this strange sensation was yet another sign of his failure as a wizard, another peculiarity to add to his list of shortcomings. Blackthorn, are you deaf as well as magically challenged? The sharp voice of Percival Highcrest cut through Orion's thoughts. Headmistress wants all 7th years in the Great Hall. Now Orion turned to face his tormentor, a response forming on his lips when the floor beneath them heaved violently. The ancient stones groaned as fissures spider-webbed across the walls. Tapestries swayed and the great fireplace belched embers onto the carpets. Earthquake? Percival whispered, bravado evaporating like morning mist. Orion shook his head, the humming in his blood now a persistent song. Not natural, he murmured, more to himself than to Percival. Something's awakening. The great hall had been transformed into a command center. House tables pushed aside. Professors stood in tight clusters around floating maps of the castle grounds. At the center of it all stood Professor Arcturus Nightshade, the potions master, his silver-streaked black hair falling over a face carved from marble and shadow. Unlike the other professors who radiated concern, Nightshade's eyes gleamed with barely concealed excitement. 4 chambers, Headmistress Thornfield was saying, her wand tracing illuminated patterns on the largest map. revealed simultaneously when the quake struck. One in the depths of the lake, one in the heart of the forbidden forest, one beneath the Quidditch pitch, and one within the astronomy tower, the cardinal points Professor Nightshade interjected smoothly. North, south, east, and west. The foundations upon which Hogwarts was built. Yes, thank you, Arcturus, the headmistress replied, a note of impatience in her voice. What concerns me is not their positioning, but what they contain. The magic emanating from these chambers is unlike anything recorded in the school's history. A soft murmur rippled through the gathered students. Orion found himself pushed to the back of the crowd. As usual, his tall but slender frame lost among his peers. Not that it mattered seventh year or not. His magical abilities barely matched those of a second year. What use would he be in whatever crisis this was? We will divide into 4 teams, the headmistress continued, each led by a professor. Accompanied by our most capable 7th-year students, the great hall doors burst open, revealing a disheveled Professor Whitby, the herbology master. Headmistress, the forest chamber, it's opened itself. Something's emerging. Chaos erupted as professors and prefects rushed to organize, but Professor Nightshade remained strangely calm, his obsidian eyes surveying the commotion with detached amusement. Almost imperceptibly, his gaze locked with Orion's for the briefest moment, and a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's drafts crept down the boy's spine. 3 days later, Hogwarts teetered on the brink of transformation. The chambers had yielded their secrets 4 relics of extraordinary power, one from each of the school's founders. From the lake depths came Ravenclaw's diadem, not the replica lost centuries ago, but the true crown of wisdom. From the forest emerged Hufflepuff's cup, glowing with golden light that caused plants to bloom in midwinter. Beneath the Quidditch pitch, they discovered Gryffindor's sword similar to the one in the headmistress's office, but radiating a power that made even the bravest wizards tremble. And from the astronomy tower, Professor Nightshade had retrieved Slytherin's locket, which he now wore openly around his neck. The changes came swiftly after that. Subtle at first, new rules, stricter discipline, an emphasis on purity of magical technique. Professor Nightshade, with the locket gleaming against his black robes, spoke in staff meetings with a persuasiveness that couldn't be denied. One by one, professors and then students fell under his influence, their eyes taking on a glazed admiration. Orion, overlooked as always, watched from shadows as Hogwarts transformed. House rivalries intensified under Nightshade's encouragement. Curriculum shifted toward the pure, more ancient forms of magic. Those with lesser abilities found themselves increasingly marginalized. "It's the locket," whispered Eleanor Wisewell, a brilliant Ravenclaw with whom Orion had formed an unlikely friendship in their shared arithmancy class. Her copper hair was pulled back severely, her blue eyes intense behind wire-rimmed spectacles. "It's amplifying his natural abilities of persuasion and domination. Compulsion magic is forbidden," Orion replied, even as he watched a group of 7th years practicing combat spells with a ferocity never before permitted on school grounds. "The Founder's relics exist outside conventional magical restrictions," Eleanor explained. "They operate on older principles, primal magic tied to the wielder's essence. Then we're doomed," Orion sighed. "Nightshade is the most powerful wizard at Hogwarts." Eleanor's analytical gaze softened. "Power isn't everything, Orion. The relics choose their bearers based on essence, not ability." That's why she hesitated, glancing around the library alcove where they hid. "That's why I can hear the diadem calling to me." Orion stared at her. "You can hear it? Like a voice? Like intuition, but stronger." Knowledge seeking knowledge, she leaned closer. Cedric feels the cup too. Cedric Ironheart, a burly Hufflepuff known more for his unwavering loyalty than academic brilliance, had recently joined their secret meetings. His family had served as groundskeepers at Hogwarts for generations, their magic deeply connected to the earth and growing things. Three of us, Orion mused. And I suppose the sword calls to some Gryffindor hero, Gregory Goldstein or Valeria Stormchaser. No doubt. Eleanor's expression turned enigmatic. The sword doesn't call to them, Orion. Haven't you felt it? The humming in his blood, the resonance that had begun with the earthquake, the strange dreams of a blade that burned like silver fire. That's ridiculous, he whispered, fear and hope warring in his chest. I can barely cast a proper stunning spell. The sword wouldn't choose me. Magic recognizes magic, came Cedric's low rumble as he emerged from behind a bookshelf. Not by measure, but by nature. That's what my grandmother always said. They moved that night, slipping through corridors transformed by Nightshade's influence. Where once warmth and wonder had permeated Hogwarts, now ambition and power hung like a miasma. Students patrolled in organized units, their faces stern with purpose. The headmistress's office, where the sword had been secured, loomed before them. Its gargoyle guardian regarded them with stone eyes that somehow held recognition. We seek the sword, Eleanor said formally, her voice clear in the midnight silence. By right of balance and necessity, to their amazement, the gargoyle stepped aside. The office, once filled with the whirring silver instruments of generations of headmasters, had been stripped to austere functionality. At its center, on a pedestal of black marble, rested Gryffindor's sword, its blade catching moonlight through the high windows, rubies in its hilt smoldering like living coals. I can't do this, Orion whispered, paralyzed by doubt. I'm nobody. No special talents. No remarkable lineage. The least magical wizard in our year. That's exactly why it calls to you, Cedric said, his hand a reassuring weight on Orion's shoulder. Courage isn't about having power. It's about standing firm without it, Eleanor nodded. The Founder's relics aren't meant to amplify what we already possess, but to complete what we lack. Together, they form a whole greater than their parts. Heart hammering against his ribs, Orion approached the sword. The humming in his blood became a symphony, drowning out doubt and fear. His hand, steady despite everything, closed around the hilt. Light exploded from the blade, enveloping him in crimson and gold. Knowledge flooded his mind, not facts or spells, but understanding. The sword had never belonged to Gryffindor alone. It was merely in his keeping. Its true nature transcended houses and divisions. Simultaneously, Eleanor and Cedric claimed their relics from their hiding places, guided by the same innate calling. The diadem settled on Eleanor's brow, illuminating her with sapphire light, while the cup in Cedric's hands pulsed with the amber glow of autumn harvests. And deep in the dungeons, Professor Nightshade felt the shift in the castle's magic, a rebalancing he had not anticipated. His fingers clutched Slytherin's locket as realization dawned. The game had changed. He isn't who he appears to be, Eleanor revealed as they gathered in the room of requirement, their relics illuminating the space with prismatic light. Her eyes, enhanced by Ravenclaw's wisdom, saw patterns previously hidden. The real Arcturus Nightshade died years ago. This impostor wears his face, but serves another master, Slytherin himself. Orion realized, the sword's knowledge flowing through him. Not his ghost, but his essence. Preserved in the locket, waiting for the right vessel, Cedric, communion with Hufflepuff's cup, having revealed secrets of the castle's foundations, nodded gravely. The Founders created their relics to be united, forming a key to unlock Hogwarts' deepest magic. But Slytherin perverted his, making it a vessel for his consciousness. He means to reshape Hogwarts according to his original vision, Eleanor continued. A fortress of magical supremacy rather than a school of learning and unity. Orion stood, the sword gleaming in his grip, no longer feeling foreign, but like an extension of himself. Then we stop him. Not as heroes, I'm still the same mediocre wizard I was a week ago, but as custodians of what Hogwarts is meant to be. Eleanor smiled, the diadem's light reflecting in her eyes. Not mediocre, Orion. Just different. Your magic was never meant for spells and potions. It was meant for this moment, this purpose. The sword chose you. Cedric said simply, because your heart mirrors its purpose to protect, not to dominate, as they prepared to confront the being wearing Nightshade's form. Orion felt something he had never experienced at Hogwarts before: belonging. Not to a house or tradition, but to a purpose greater than himself. The humming in his blood was now a chorus, singing of balance restored and legacy continued. Beyond the walls of the Room of Requirement, the ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled once more, not with warning, but with anticipation. Magic old, wild, and untamed surged through the foundations of the castle, no longer seeking to expel, but to embrace the awakening of its true guardians. Story 4. Twilight settled over the forbidden forest like a velvet cloak, stars beginning to glimmer through the indigo canopy of sky. Beyond the ancient tree line, Hogwarts Castle stood sentinel, its spires and towers etched against the fading light, windows gradually illuminating as evening descended. But it was not toward the castle that Professor Lyra Winters gazed as she stood at the forest's edge, her breath forming delicate clouds in the autumn chill. Something called to her from within the darkness between the trees, a whisper so faint it might have been merely the rustling of leaves, yet undeniably present, tugging at her consciousness like an invisible thread. Lyra clutched her wand tighter, its roan wood warm against her palm. At 28, she was the youngest Defense Against the Dark Arts professor Hogwarts had appointed in over a century, her prodigious talents having elevated her to the position, after only 3 years as an Auror. "Lumos," she whispered, and her wand tip ignited with a silvery blue glow that illuminated her features' keen gray eyes beneath a shock of raven hair, her face bearing the quiet determination that had become her hallmark among students and faculty alike. The forest seemed to hold its breath as she stepped beneath the canopy of ancient trees, their massive trunks like the pillars of a primeval cathedral. The whisper intensified, transforming into a melodic hum that resonated not in her ears, but in her very bones. Whatever called to her lay deep within the forest's heart, in realms where even the groundskeeper Hagrid ventured with caution. As she advanced, the forest grew denser, more primordial. Roots twisted like petrified serpents across her path, while ghostly fungi cast an ethereal phosphorescence upon the ferny undergrowth. Lyra felt the weight of ancient magic pressing around her, the accumulated power of centuries seeping from the very soil. 3 hours into her journey, when the castle was long lost to sight, and even the stars were obscured by the tangled canopy overhead, Lyra found herself in a perfect circular clearing. At its center stood a single hawthorn tree, gnarled and ancient, its bark spiraling in patterns too precise to be natural. The humming had become a symphony now, vibrating through her with an almost painful intensity. In the tree's massive trunk, nestled within a hollow that seemed to have formed expressly for this purpose, lay a book. Not a modern volume with clean edges and uniform pages, but an artifact that radiated age and power, a tome bound in what appeared to be midnight blue leather, inlaid with bronze filigree that caught the light of her wand and reflected it as constellations upon the clearing floor. The cover bore a single emblem, an eagle with wings outstretched, its eye a sapphire that seemed to follow her movements. Ravenclaw, Lyra breathed, recognition and disbelief mingling in her voice. The lost grimoire. For centuries, scholars had dismissed the grimoire as mere legend, a collection of Rowena Ravenclaw's most profound magical discoveries, supposedly hidden away before her death. Yet here it lay, preserved by enchantments beyond Lyra's comprehension, waiting as if specifically for her arrival. Her hand trembled as she reached for it, academic caution warring with irresistible curiosity. The moment her fingers touched the ancient binding, the symphony in her blood crescendoed to a peak, then fell suddenly silent. The sapphire eye flashed once, brilliant blue, and the grimoire opened of its own accord. Pages turned by an invisible hand, revealing text written in ink that shifted color as she watched from midnight blue to bronze to silver and back again. The scripts themselves transformed between ancient runes, Latin, and a flowing script Lyra had never encountered before, yet somehow understood perfectly. Knowledge flooded her mind, not merely information, but understanding so profound it transcended conventional learning. Spells and theories Ravenclaw had never shared with her contemporaries, perspectives on magic that realigned everything Lyra had been taught. The boundaries between different magical disciplines dissolved, revealing the underlying unity of all magical practice. How long she stood there, communing with the ancient wisdom, Lyra couldn't tell. But when she finally closed the grimoire and lifted it from its resting place, the eastern sky had begun to lighten with the first intimations of dawn. The return journey passed in a blur, the forest now seeming to part before her, rather than impede her progress. By the time she emerged at the forest's edge, sunlight was streaming across the grounds, and she clutched the grimoire to her chest like the treasure it was. The changes manifested subtly at first. In her classroom, Lyra found herself teaching with unprecedented clarity, demonstrating connections between defensive magic and other disciplines that left even her most brilliant students wide-eyed with revelation. Her own spellcasting achieved a precision and power that startled her colleagues. "Your technique has evolved," Professor Winters observed Deputy Headmistress Vector after witnessing Lyra demonstrate a particularly complex counter-curse. Most impressive, but it was in the quiet hours before dawn, alone in her chambers with the grimoire open before her, that the true transformation occurred. Night after night, Lyra absorbed Ravenclaw's ancient wisdom, her magical core expanding and shifting to accommodate perspectives never meant for modern minds. She discovered that magic existed not merely as forces to be directed, but as a language to be spoken, a tongue of power in which one could pose questions directly to reality and receive answers. Cautiously at first, then with growing confidence, Lyra experimented with these principles, opening doorways to places that shouldn't exist and summoning knowledge from dimensions beyond conventional perception. It was during the third week of her studies that the first interdimensional portal opened unexpectedly during her advanced class. One moment, she was demonstrating the principles of magical energy transference. The next, a shimmering rift tore open in the center of the classroom, and through it emerged a creature of nightmare, a spindly being of shadow and teeth that howled with voices that shouldn't exist in a human throat. Only Lyra's enhanced reflexes saved her students from tragedy. With a complex gesture never taught at Hogwarts, she encased the entity in a cage of pure magical force, then collapsed the portal from which it had emerged. Class dismissed, she announced to her shaken students, her voice steadier than she felt. An unexpected demonstration of why caution is paramount when exploring advanced magical theory, but it wasn't an isolated incident. In the days that followed, more rifts opened throughout the castle and corridors, the Great Hall, even the dormitories. From them emerged entities that defied classification, some beautiful and benign, others that required the combined efforts of multiple professors to subdue. And then came Alaric Shadowvale. He arrived unannounced one stormy evening, a tall figure silhouetted against lightning as the great doors of the entrance hall swung open before him. His robes were the deep purple of the Department of Mysteries, his face half hidden beneath a hood, but his authority was unmistakable. Inquisitor Shadowvale, he introduced himself to the assembled faculty, his voice resonant yet cold as midwinter frost. Sent by the Ministry to investigate the interdimensional anomalies emanating from Hogwarts, his hidden gaze seemed to fix directly on Lyra, and to confiscate any artifacts that might be responsible. Fear and defiance warred within Lyra's chest. The grimoire had become an extension of herself, its knowledge interwoven with her magical identity. To surrender it now would be amputation. "We welcome the Ministry's assistance," Headmaster Flitwick responded diplomatically, "though I assure you, we have the situation well in hand." Shadowvale's smile did not reach his eyes. "I'm certain you believe so, Headmaster. Nevertheless, I'll require private quarters and complete access to all areas of the castle later that night." As Lyra pored over the grimoire searching for methods to close the interdimensional rifts permanently, a soft knock interrupted her concentration. Opening her door, she found Shadowvale waiting, his hood finally lowered to reveal features that might have been sculpted from marble, all planes and angles, framed by silver hair, despite his apparent youth. Only his eyes held any warmth, amariris flecked with gold, regarding her with an intensity that was both unsettling and strangely familiar. "Professor Winters," he said softly, "I think it's time we discussed what you found in the Forbidden Forest." Before she could respond, his gaze fixed upon the grimoire on her desk, and something impossible happened. The sapphire in the eagle's eye pulsed with recognition, and Shadowvale's entire form seemed to flicker like an image in a disturbed pond. For the briefest moment, Lyra glimpsed another figure superimposed over his, a woman in ancient robes, her face bearing the unmistakable features often attributed to Rowena Ravenclaw herself. "You," Lyra gasped, understanding crashing upon her like a wave. "You're not from the Ministry at all." Shadowvale's smile turned sad. "Not precisely, no. Though my purpose here is genuine enough." He gestured to the grimoire. "That was never meant to be found, Professor. Not by you, not by anyone. It contains more than knowledge. It contains you," she realized. "Or part of you. Ravenclaw's consciousness fragmented and preserved, a shadow of me. He, or rather," she acknowledged, "a contingency, should my greatest fear come to pass. And now it has." Shadowvale approached the grimoire, hand outstretched. The barriers between dimensions weaken. "What I contained in life now seeks entry through death." Lyra moved protectively toward the book. "What are you talking about? What seeks entry?" "That which hungers for magic itself," came the reply, Shadowvale's voice now overlaid with feminine tones, an impossible harmony. "An entity I glimpsed through my research, one that devours magical worlds. I created the grimoire to seal the pathways I had inadvertently opened. But I could not destroy my discovery's knowledge. Even dangerous knowledge was too precious to me, so you hid it away," Lyra whispered. "Protected by enchantments keyed to your own bloodline." Shadowvale's eyes widened fractionally. "You understand quickly. Yes, only one with Ravenclaw blood could find the grimoire. Only one with my lineage could fully access its powers." Her gaze grew intense. "You are my descendant, Lyra Winters. The grimoire has awakened because the danger returns, and you're meant to combat it, but you're trying to take it from me," Lyra challenged. "Because your understanding is incomplete," came the reply. "The grimoire is not merely a book, but a key. What you perceive as knowledge flowing into you is my essence transferring itself, preparing a vessel. Shadowvale's form flickered again, the overlay of Ravenclaw's image stronger now. I need a physical form to complete what I began centuries ago. Your body would be ideal, but I cannot take it without consent. You want to possess me, Lyra said flatly, horror dawning. I want to save our world, Ravenclaw's voice replied through Shadowvale's lips. And I cannot do so as a mere fragment inhabiting a construct of magic and human flesh. Shadowvale's hand gestured to his own body. This form is failing. The fragment I placed in the Ministry Inquisitor is consuming him. I need you, blood of my blood, beyond the windows of Lyra's chambers. A rift tore open in the night sky above the forbidden forest larger than any before, spilling otherworldly light across the grounds. Through it, shapes could be seen moving, pressing against the thinning barrier between dimensions. Time grows short. Shadowvale or Ravenclaw urged. The entity comes. Will you join with me to combat it, or will you condemn our world to magical extinction? Lyra looked from the grimoire to the rift, then back to the desperate eyes of the being before her. The knowledge she had gained, the power she had touched, was it worth her very self? Yet what was the alternative? To watch helplessly as magic itself was devoured. Her hand closed around her wand as she made her choice. Story 5. The cold stone walls of Hogwarts Castle harbored countless secrets, but none so perilous as the one Labyrinth Blackwood stumbled upon that stormy October evening. The ancient stronghold groaned under autumn's assault, its weathered turrets vanishing into swirling mist as rain lashed against leaded windows like desperate spirits seeking entry. Lightning split the charcoal sky, briefly illuminating the corridor where Labyrinth pressed her palm against a peculiar section of wall smooth, amidst the surrounding rough-hewn stone. Just a little farther, she whispered to herself, midnight black hair falling across her face as she traced the faint magical signature that had drawn her away from the Ravenclaw common room. Her wand, elm with a core of dragon heartstring, emitted a soft silver glow that danced along the wall's contours, revealing symbols that appeared and vanished like ghostly footprints. At 16, Alawan stood apart from her peers not merely for her prodigious magical talent, but for the whispers that followed her through Hogwarts halls. The Blackwood name carried a weight of suspicion, her family's bloodline rumored to intertwine with both the noblest and darkest of wizarding houses. Revelio occultatum, she murmured, her voice barely audible above the tempest outside. The wall shimmered, its solid fog rippling like disturbed water, before melting away entirely to reveal an archway framed by serpentine carvings intertwined with lions, eagles, and badgers, the four houses united in stone. Beyond lay darkness, not the mere absence of light, but a tangible shadow that seemed to breathe with ancient malevolence. Alawan hesitated, natural caution warring with insatiable curiosity. 2 months of research, of deciphering cryptic references in forgotten tomes, had led her to this moment. This hidden wing predated even the Founder's era, mentioned only in the most obscure historical footnotes as the Hall of Covenant, Lumos Maxima, she commanded, and her wand tip flared bright as a miniature sun, pushing back the darkness to reveal a vast, dust-shrouded chamber. Pillars stretched toward a vaulted ceiling where constellations moved in slow, deliberate patterns across an enchanted sky. Between them stood rows of statues, wizards and witches in archaic robes, their stone faces bearing expressions of solemn purpose. As Alawan stepped across the threshold, the archway behind her solidified once more into seamless wall. Panic fluttered momentarily in her chest before she steadied herself. "Focus," she whispered. "There's always another way out." She advanced into the hall, her footsteps echoing in air undisturbed for centuries. At the chamber's heart stood a raised dais upon which rested a pedestal of obsidian, its surface inscribed with runes that shifted and rearranged themselves continuously, never settling into recognizable patterns. Upon approaching the pedestal, Alawan felt a change in the chamber's atmosphere, the dust motes freezing in midair, the ambient magic thickening until it pressed against her skin like invisible hands. The runes ceased their chaotic dance, aligning into a single phrase written in an ancient form of Celtic that, strangely, she found she could understand. Blood calls to blood when darkness falls again, drawn by impulse she couldn't explain. Alawan placed her palm upon the obsidian surface. Sharp pain lanced through her hand as the stone drew blood from her flesh, droplets falling into channels carved into the pedestal's face. The crimson liquid flowed like quicksilver, filling the runes with vermilion light that spread throughout the chamber. The statues trembled. Stone eyes blinked, and Alawan Blackwood realized with rising horror that she had made a terrible mistake. Professor Thorian Malfoy sensed the breach before anyone else. In his private chambers in the dungeons, ancient artifacts vibrated on their shelves, and the protective wards around his personal grimoire flared with warning light. The young potions master, barely 30, and already regarded with a mixture of respect and suspicion by his colleagues, closed the ancient tome he'd been studying and rose from his chair, platinum blonde hair gleaming in the emerald lamplight. Something ancient had awakened within Hogwarts' walls. Thorian moved swiftly through the castle's labyrinthine passages, following the disturbance in the magical field like a predator tracking wounded prey. His Slytherin heritage had gifted him with exceptional sensitivity to dark magic, a talent he kept carefully concealed from all but Headmistress McGonagall. He found Professor Flitwick unconscious outside the charms classroom, a gossamer thread of silver mist seeping from the aged professor's parted lips. Further along, students lay slumped against walls or sprawled across floors, each exhibiting the same symptom: their magic, their very essence, being slowly siphoned away by an invisible force. Maledictus vigilantis, Thorian muttered, recognizing the signs of a curse he'd encountered only in the most forbidden texts, a living spell designed to feed on magical energy, growing stronger with each victim it claimed. At the Great Hall's entrance, he encountered the one person still conscious besides himself, a 7th-year Slytherin prefect with aristocratic features and cold, calculating eyes. Professor Sebastian Gaunt acknowledged with a slight nod, seemingly unperturbed by the unconscious bodies surrounding them. Something's hunting in the castle, not something, Thorian corrected, studying the prefect with narrowed eyes. Someone. The vigilant curse requires a conduit, a living vessel. He gestured toward the mist emerging from a nearby student. It's draining their magic, their life force. But for what purpose? Sebastian's lip curled. Does it matter? The weak fall, the strong survive. Isn't that the Slytherin way? Thorian's expression hardened. That is a grotesque simplification of our house's philosophy, Mr. Gaunt. Return to your dormitory. Now, as the prefect retreated, Thorian felt the magical disturbance pulse again, stronger this time, emanating from somewhere above the 5th floor. He ascended rapidly, passing more victims with each level, professors and students alike, claimed indiscriminately by the curse. On the 7th floor, where the castle's most ancient sections lay, he detected a breach in the magical architecture, a door where none should exist, outlined by a sickly green glow. Without hesitation, Thorian cast a complex shield charm around himself and stepped through. The statues had fully awakened by the time Alawan realized she couldn't escape. They moved with ponderous grace, encircling the dais where she stood, their stone faces now animate with cruel intelligence. From their mouths poured the silver mist. She now understood was pure magical essence stolen from Hogwarts inhabitants and channeled into the awakening ritual. I didn't mean to free you, she protested, backing against the pedestal. Whatever you are, whatever this is, it's wrong. Wrong. Echoed a voice that seemed to emanate from all the statues simultaneously. We are the Covenant, the original guardians of magical knowledge, entombed by the founders who feared our power. The tallest statue, bearing a striking resemblance to Salazar Slytherin himself, stepped forward. Your blood woke us, descendant. Blood of the betrayer and the betrayed. I don't understand, Elawan whispered, clutching her wand, though she sensed its magic would be useless against these ancient entities. Of course you don't, came another voice from the doorway, cool, controlled, and unmistakably contemptuous. Thorian Malfoy strode into the chamber, his black robes billowing around him, wand extended. They've been sealed away for nearly 1,000 years. With good reason, the statues turned as one to face the newcomer, their stone expressions contorting with hatred. Malfoy, they hissed in unison. You know my family? Thorian raised an eyebrow, his demeanor betraying no fear despite being vastly outnumbered. We know all the old bloodlines, the lead statue replied. Yours helped imprison us. And hers, it gestured toward Elawan, carries the key to our release, understanding dawned on Thorian's face. The Blackwood girl. Of course, he glanced at Elawan with newfound interest. It seems we share more history than either of us realized. Explain, Elawan demanded, her initial fear giving way to indignation. What's happening to the castle? To the students? The Covenant is draining the school's magic to fully reconstitute themselves, Thorian answered, never taking his eyes off the statues. They were the keepers of the most dangerous magical knowledge ever discovered, abilities deemed too threatening even by the founders. They weren't killed merely. Contained, the weak feared our strength, the statue interjected, as they always do. We sought to elevate wizard kind to its rightful place by subjugating muggles? Thorian scoffed. By perverting magic into tyranny? Your vision died with your imprisonment, and good riddance to it. The statue's laughter echoed throughout the chamber, a sound like grinding stone. Our vision never died, Malfoy. It lives on in every pure-blood supremacist, in every dark wizard who seeks power above all else. Its gaze shifted to Elawan. And in the bloodlines of those who betrayed us, the curse of our vengeance endures. The silver mist swirled more violently now, congealing into a vortex above the pedestal. The obsidian surface cracked, revealing a chamber beneath containing what appeared to be a pool of liquid darkness. The void well, Thorian breathed, genuine fear crossing his features for the first time. A direct connection to the space between dimensions. They planned to channel the school's magic to tear open a permanent breach. Elawan stepped away from the pedestal, moving instinctively toward Thorian despite the traditional enmity between their houses. How do we stop them? Thorian's gaze met hers, silver-gray eyes assessing her with clinical precision. They used your blood to break the seal. Only your blood combined with mine can restore it. Why yours? Because my ancestor cast the original containment spell, he explained rapidly as the statues began to advance. And yours. Your ancestor was one of them, Elawan, the only one who repented, who helped the founders imprison the others. That's why they've been waiting for you. Only a descendant of the betrayer could release them. The revelation struck Elawan like a physical blow. Her family's mysterious past, the whispers that had followed her throughout Hogwarts, suddenly contextualized in the most horrific way imaginable. What do we do? She asked, raising her wand as Thorian did the same. We combine our magic, he answered, extending his free hand toward her. Your blood awakened them. Our united bloodlines can contain them again. Elowen hesitated only briefly before clasping his offered hand. The moment their skin touched, a shock wave of magic pulls through the chamber, knocking the advancing statues backward. Remarkable, Thorian murmured. The magical resonance between our bloodlines is stronger than I anticipated. Together, they faced the covenant, wands raised and fingers intertwined. The ancient entities howled with rage as they recognized the stance, the same unified front their original captors had presented centuries ago. In Carceris Eternum, Thorian began, his voice taking on a rhythmic, chanting quality. Sigillum sanguis, Elowen continued, the words rising unbidden to her lips as if written in her very bones. Their combined magic manifested as bands of gold and silver light that encircled the statues, constricting with each syllable of the ancient incantation. The void well beneath the pedestal gurgled and hissed, its darkness receding as the spell strengthened. The lead statue's stone face contorted with hatred. You cannot escape your heritage, child of the betrayer, it snarled at Elowen. The darkness flows in your veins, as it does in his. You are more alike than different Slytherin and Ravenclaw, serpent and eagle, bound by blood older than the founders themselves. Elowen faltered momentarily, but Thorian's grip tightened around her hand. Don't listen, he commanded. They seek to divide us, as they did our ancestors, with renewed determination. Elowen poured her magic into the spell, feeling Thorian's power intertwine with hers, not fighting for dominance, but amplifying each other's strength. The chamber filled with blinding light as the incantation reached its crescendo. Claustra infinitum, they shouted in unison. The statues screamed a sound like mountains collapsing as they were forced back toward their original positions. The silver mist reversed course, flowing out of the chamber to return to its rightful owners throughout the castle. The void well sealed with a thunderous crack, the obsidian pedestal reforming above it, unblemished except for a new inscription that appeared in fresh-cut runes, guarded by the blood of unity until darkness rises again as the last echo faded. Elowen turned to Thorian, seeing him truly seeing him for the first time. Not as a Malfoy, not as a Slytherin professor, but as someone bound to her by forces beyond house rivalries or school politics. Our ancestors, she began hesitantly. They were more complicated than history records. Thorian finished, his customary arrogance tempered by newfound respect. As are we all, he released her hand, examining the chamber that had begun to seal itself once more. This remains between us, Miss Blackwood. The world isn't ready for certain truths. Elowen nodded slowly, understanding the weight of the secret. They now shared a legacy of both darkness and redemption, of betrayal and unlikely alliance. The blood of Slytherin and Gryffindor, she murmured, recalling the statue's words. In both of us? Thorian's lips curved in a sardonic smile. It seems our family trees are more entangled than either of us knew. A conversation for another time, perhaps. He gestured toward the wall, which had begun to solidify into an exit. After you, Guardian, together, they departed the Forgotten Hall, leaving behind ancient secrets and awoken powers, but carrying with them the knowledge that their destinies, like their bloodlines, were now inextricably intertwined. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle groaned under the weight of a magic far older than their foundations as winter's first snow fell upon the Scottish Highlands. In the abandoned third-floor corridor, where dust motes danced in shafts of pale moonlight, Thaddeus Ollivander knelt amid a constellation of broken wand fragments scattered across the worn flagstones. His fingers, long and nimble like those of his famed great-uncle Garrick, trembled as they hovered over a particularly gnarled piece of ebony, split longitudinally to reveal its dragon heartstring core, now dull and lifeless. Even the broken ones whisper, Thaddeus murmured, his voice barely audible in the cavernous space. Each has a story of failure, of rejection, of moments when magic itself seemed to shatter. Headmistress McGonagall watched from the arched doorway, her typically stern countenance softened by something approaching desperation. The castle had become a sanctuary of last resort, hundreds of young witches and wizards rendered nearly powerless as their wands had been systematically stolen or destroyed across Britain. The ministry had fallen into chaos. Street. Mungo's was overwhelmed with cases of magical withdrawal. And now, as a final indignity, the great wandmaker Ollivander had sent them his family's disgrace instead of coming himself. Mr. Ollivander, McGonagall said, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her weariness, I appreciate your unique perspective on wandcraft, but we face a crisis of unprecedented scale. The Heartwood cult has already claimed responsibility for 7 major attacks. They've destroyed nearly every wand shop in Europe. Children are arriving daily, traumatized and wandless. Thaddeus did not look up from his work. His rough-spun robes patched at the elbows and smudged with various wood stains marked him immediately as different from his immaculately dressed relatives. At 34, his auburn hair was already streaked with premature silver, his face weathered not by age, but by rejection. My great-uncle sent me because I can hear them, he said simply, gathering the fragments into small piles organized by some system only he understood. The ones that were never meant to be, the ones that failed their choosing, the ones that shattered in moments of magical crisis, they speak differently. The Heartwood cult doesn't understand what they're awakening. McGonagall stepped forward, her patience waning. And what exactly are they awakening, Mr. Ollivander? Thaddeus finally looked up, his amber eyes reflecting the floating candles overhead. The first tree, Headmistress, the ancient source from which all wandwood ultimately derives. The Heartwood itself, in that moment, the castle trembled not the familiar, almost comforting movement of staircases rearranging themselves, but something deeper and more ominous, as though the very bedrock beneath Hogwarts had shuddered in recognition of the name. 3 days later, in the transformed Great Hall, Thaddeus faced his unlikely army. 4 long house tables had been pushed aside to create a workspace in the center, where 30 students, those deemed least magically proficient in their respective houses, gathered nervously. Before each stood a small pile of wand fragments, carefully matched by Thaddeus himself. Magic isn't in the wand, he began, his voice stronger now than when he'd first arrived. The wand is merely the bridge between your intention and the world. When that bridge breaks, he snapped a thin piece of pine between his fingers, causing several students to flinch. We've been taught that all is lost. But what if the broken bridge creates new pathways? What if the fracture itself becomes the source of something unexpected? A Hufflepuff girl in the front row, Ally Macmillan, according to the roster, raised her hand tentatively. Sir, my wand was taken 3 weeks ago. I can barely levitate a feather without it. How can broken wands be better than none at all? Thaddeus smiled, the expression transforming his solemn face. Because, Miss Macmillan, wands that have been broken carry memory. They remember who they were, but are free to become something new. Like people who have been broken and remade themselves, from his pocket, he withdrew what appeared to be his own wand, except it wasn't a single piece of wood, but rather 7 different fragments fused together in a spiral pattern. Multiple magical cores visibly intertwined at its heart. With a casual flick, he sent all the floating candles in the great hall spiraling into an intricate dance overhead, their light refracting through the enchanted ceiling's snowfall to create miniature rainbows across every surface. Today, he said as the students gasped in wonder, we begin to remake what was broken. And perhaps in doing so, remake ourselves. By mid-December, the Heartwood cult's attacks had reached Scotland's borders. The Daily Prophet reported wandless riots in Diagon Alley. Gringotts had closed its doors, and the Muggle Prime Minister had been briefed about unusual energy disruptions affecting national security. Within Hogwarts, however, something remarkable was happening. In the Room of Requirement, now transformed into Thaddeus's workshop, Ellie Macmillan carefully fused the final piece of her new wand, a combination of her original willow with fragments of hawthorn and cedar, bound by a cord that combined unicorn hair with phoenix feather. The resulting wand hummed with an energy that made the air around it shimmer. It feels different, she said, running her finger along the unusual spiraling grain where the woods had joined. Like three voices singing in harmony instead of one. Thaddeus nodded, watching as 29 other students similarly completed their unique creations. Different, yes. Perhaps stronger in ways we don't yet understand. Professor Flitwick, who had been observing from a corner, stepped forward with undisguised fascination. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In 40 years of teaching charms, I've never seen anything like it. Miss Macmillan, would you care to demonstrate a simple levitation? Ellie nodded nervously, pointing her hybrid wand at a feather on the table. Wingardium Leviosa, she whispered, focusing intently. The feather not only rose, but transformed, splitting and multiplying into a flock of tiny origami birds that circled the room in perfect formation before reassembling into a single feather that gently landed on Professor Flitwick's outstretched palm. "Oh my," the diminutive professor squeaked. "That was no standard levitation charm. The magic adapts," Thaddeus explained, moving among his students with growing confidence. These wands don't simply channel power, they translate it, interpret it through multiple magical signatures simultaneously. There, creative, a loud explosion from somewhere in the castle interrupted the moment of triumph. The stone walls trembled, and a high, keening alarm, an ancient protective spell rarely activated, began to sound throughout the corridors. "They're here," Professor Flitwick said grimly. "The wards at the main gate have fallen." The Heartwood cult arrived not as the ragtag band of extremists the Ministry had described, but as a disciplined force of black-robed figures, each carrying what appeared to be a staff made of unworked wood, still bearing leaves and small branches. At their center walked a tall figure whose face was obscured by a mask carved to resemble a tree, its branches extending around the wearer's head like a crown of thorns. From the astronomy tower, Thaddeus watched as McGonagall led Hogwarts defense professors, older students, and even house elves forming a line before the castle's main entrance. "This isn't about destroying wandcraft," Thaddeus murmured as he observed the cult's methodical approach. "They're calling to it, summoning it home." Behind him, his 30 students, the Broken Brigade, as they dubbed themselves, waited for his instruction. In just weeks, these once marginalized young witches and wizards had developed abilities that defied conventional magical theory. Their hybrid wands performed feats that sometimes startled even themselves. "Sir?" Ellie stepped forward, her hybrid wand emitting small sparks of blue and gold. "Professor McGonagall said we should stay inside, but we can help, can't we?" Thaddeus turned from the window, regarding these children who had so quickly become his apprentices. "Magic is dying," he said simply. "Has been for centuries. Each generation, fewer magical children are born. Squibs become more common. Ones become more temperamental. The Heartwood cult believes the only solution is to return to the source to awaken the first tree and let it reclaim all the power that has been dispersed through countless wands over millennia. But that would begin a Ravenclaw boy. Kill most modern wand bearers, yes. Thaddeus nodded, Our bodies have evolved to channel magic through foci. Without them, the raw power would burn through most wizards like parchment in fiendfire. He gestured to their hybrid wands. But what we've created here, these are not just wands. They're conversations between different magical essences, negotiations of power. And I believe they might be able to speak to the Heartwood itself. In the snow-covered courtyard, the cult leader raised his living staff toward the sky. We return what was taken, he called, his voice magically amplified across the grounds. From many, we remake the one. From fracture, unity. From death, rebirth. Around him, cult members began driving their staffs into the frozen earth, creating a perfect circle. The ground beneath them shuddered, and then impossibly began to ripple like water. From each staff, roots descended into the soil, connecting to one another beneath the surface. McGonagall's defensive spells bounced harmlessly off an invisible barrier surrounding the ritual circle. Fall back to the castle, she commanded, recognizing the futility of direct confrontation. But before her forces could retreat, the doors of Hogwarts burst open. Thaddeus Ollivander strode forward, flanked by 30 students with wands unlike any the wizarding world had seen before. Not matching in appearance or design, each was uniquely twisted, combined, fused beautiful in their imperfection. You seek to awaken what sleeps, Thaddeus called to the cult leader. But you misunderstand its dreaming. The Heartwood doesn't yearn for return, it rejoices in its dispersion. In becoming many instead of one, the masked figure laughed, a hollow sound. The wandmaker's disgrace presumes to lecture us on ancient magic. Your own family cast you out, Ollivander. Your affinity for broken things marked you as flawed. Yes, Thaddeus agreed, stepping forward as his students fanned out behind him. Flawed. Broken. Remade. He raised his spiral-patterned wand. Just as the world must now be at his signal, 30 hybrid wands rose in unison. The spell they cast had no incantation. It was something older than words, a harmony of magical intention flowing through uniquely receptive channels. From each wand came not a beam of light, but a tendril of living wood, flowering even in the dead of winter, reaching toward the cult's ritual circle. The cult leader screamed in rage, driving his staff deeper into the ground. The earth split open, and from the chasm rose a single massive root, thick as a dragon's body and pulsing with ancient power. The Heartwood was awakening, but where the cult had expected destruction, something else occurred. The flowering tendrils from the hybrid wands touched the massive root, and where they connected, new growth erupted, not consuming the wielders but joining with them, creating a network of life and magic that spread across the courtyard in minutes. The Heartwood doesn't want sacrifice. Thaddeus called above the astonished gasps of both sides. It wants evolution. Not return, but renewal. The cult leader tore off his mask, revealing a face twisted with fury and desperation. You don't understand what's being lost. The old magic fades with each generation. Then we make new magic, Thaddeus replied, as the living network continued to grow around them, connecting broken wands to the ancient root in a symphony of magical adaptation. Not by destroying what exists, but by remembering that even the broken pieces contain the whole around them. Hogwarts itself seemed to exhale stone and wood, and magic settling into a new configuration. The Heartwood root pulsed once more, brilliantly, before sinking back into the earth, leaving behind a perfect circle of saplings, 31 in total, one before each student, and one before Thaddeus himself. One trees, McGonagall whispered in awe. I've never. In all my years, Thaddeus knelt before his sapling, watching as it grew just enough to offer a single branch. The first new wand trees in 7 centuries, he confirmed, gently taking the freely given branch, enough to begin again, to grow magic anew. As snow continued to fall upon Hogwarts grounds, students with their hybrid wands stood guard over the miracle of renewal. And Thaddeus Ollivander, once the shame of his family's legacy, became the first in a new line of wandmakers, those who understood that sometimes what magic needs most is not perfection, but the wisdom found in breaking, and the courage required to remake oneself from the pieces.